You guys hear me?
Nope, can't hear you.
What did you say, Sean?
I don't know, but I really know what I say. What we got here? The night vision cam of an eyeball and a target.
No, I don't plan to eyeball my next target. I'm just going to go and do it.
Hey, everybody.
Howdy.
Bobbert.
So I actually got to do that rare thing that I rarely get to do anymore. Got to go shooting today.
Okay, I must have come in. That sounded weird. Hey, everybody.
Howdy.
Bobber.
Okay, something weird.
That was awesome.
Just me forgot to turn off the other.
Stone guy, save this. The sinking ship already just started.
Well, I was just going to say, I got up to go use the restroom, and then John said he got to do something that he rarely ever gets to do, and I thought, have sex with his wife.
No, I get to do something. I get to do I get to do something that's a little bit more common than that.
Are you saying, G-Webs, I saved you from what?
No, I'm saying this thing's been dead and it just started. You should save the chat. You just jumped in.
Oh yeah, Stone Guy, man. Come on, give us some of your witticisms.
Well, what? What the fuck kind of word is that?
Pearls of wisdom that you spread. I mean, you're famous for that, man.
Yeah.
America is hot.
Smart ass motherfuckers.
You want you to spray some pearls of witticism on them.
Oh
Pearls
my
of
God.
There you go.
The yellow
No, hell,
snow
sometimes
is salty.
You surprise the hell out of me sometimes, man. Yeah, so I got the trailer all just about perfect now. Actually, the tanks are all holding water. Sweet. Tested out for a couple weeks camping, and then it's like down to Arizona this winter.
Unfortunately, they were the propane tanks.
I did that this weekend. Tested out a bunch of shit camping.
So, Bob, you're going to have to let me know when you go to Canada, because that's going to be when it's going to be, or go to Arizona, because that's when it's going to be safe to go to Canada.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So I'll be in Canada while Bob's in Arizona. Then when Bob goes
sometime
to Canada, I'll come back to the States.
Sometime January, February, when it's really fucking cold up here.
Bob, are you a snowbird?
No, I'm gonna be though.
He's working on it.
Yeah. My parents were. My parents spent 20 years from the time they retired. Every couple of years their camper would get bigger and bigger. So finally they were hauling this gigantic frickin' thing that cost more than my house.
Where were they going?
Oh, they'd go to Yuma and
Just
where the
away
hell
from
else?
Bob.
Apache Junction. Apache Junction. That was one of their favorites. And somewhere outside of Phoenix. I can't remember where that one. Mesa.
Mesa.
Yeah.
Apache Junction,
Mesa.
Mesa, yeah,
Peoria, and all that stuff is basically the same city. It's all one giant thing, even though it's like all one valley city, even though they're all
Oh, yeah.
technically separated. So yeah, all that stuff is just Phoenix. It's all one big
Oh,
shithole.
yeah. That's where they were going. Yeah, they'd go park their trailer with all the other snowbirds, and then they'd all know people. Like, apparently my dad would go down there, and there'd be like 5 or 6 guys that he used to work with would be parked in campers around them. So, yeah. They
Do
couldn't
they have
travel
to
together.
have Tim Hortons around there?
What? Tim Hortons? No, they didn't. But, I mean, my parents weren't big into that Tim Hortons thing. They were the A&W generation.
Well, they probably did have an A&W.
Oh, probably, yeah. That's the best burgers.
I had these friends from Maine. They had this sport that they enjoyed called fishing for Canadians. You take a $5 bill, you put it on the end of a fishing line, and sit on the second-story balcony. And fun ensues.
Yeah, we used to do stuff like we'd take a toonie and we'd glue it to the sidewalk and then just watch the bums try to pick it up. It was funny.
Actually, I've got a loony.
Oh, loonies, yeah, loonies. I mean, the nice thing about having the $1 and $2 coins is I empty the coins out of my pocket every day, right, into a jar, and in about a year, depending on how much my kids have been taking bus fare out, in about a year, I got $500. And not a big
That's
jar.
$3 American, folks. That's $3 American. So don't get all excited.
Yeah, we're up to like 97 again. We were higher than you not that long ago, remember? And our economy, you know what our unemployment rate is in my province? It's 3%. Maybe 4.
That's because it's too cold to sit on your ass in Canada.
Well, no, it's just right now we're booming, so it's like, we still, our housing starts are still setting records and shit. It's stupid. I hate it. The fucking city's getting so goddamn crowded. I hate
Don't
traffic.
worry. It'll crash, and when it does, then everybody will leave.
Yeah, but I'm
And
retired.
that 97 cents will be 7 cents.
I don't care because, I'm retired and I'm kind of a prepper, so I can go years before I have to start buying food if I really want to.
Hey, you got to miss my chat on short-term prepping last night. Shame on
I
you.
know. I was really disappointed. I missed that. Yeah, because I mean the short-term stuff is really
survival
good.
skills.
Hey, G-Webs, when you have a chance, if you could check out those 2 links in the side. Are you there? Is anybody?
Checking out the links. Damn.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't say anything. I didn't know if you were.
Dan was just desperate for good wood.
Yeah.
Well, G-Webs
What about
does
it?
like his
Sorry,
gun
Dan, it was too much to pass up.
I
What
knew
about these
somebody
two
was going to
pictures?
get all over it.
What about these 2 pictures?
Well, it's $20, which seems too cheap.
Why? That's what you want. You
Well,
want to go.
But they have in their little notes they say there might be scratches in there, references to the show 90210 and crap, and it's like I don't want a bunch of American graffiti on it.
That's what they look like, though. That's legit. Those guys do a lot of
That's
trench art and stuff.
That's what
Yeah.
Europeans would put on their.
Yes, especially Yugoslavians of all people.
You're lucky to get something cool like that on there. Sometimes people pay more for that stuff.
I'd pay $60 for those on eBay probably.
Oh, see? Huck's you could make money selling them to Huck right now.
Are
Why'd
you
you put that
serious?
link in here?
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
was a
There's
set
a-
with a really nice looking cross carved in them. They got like $120 for the handguard.
I've already done the video to address this. You'll have to wait for 6 weeks for it to show up.
Well, I noticed you don't respond to comments on your current videos, do you?
Yeah.
G-Webs, did you do the Yugo furniture video already? Did you put it out? I've been
There's
out.
a series of them.
Well,
There's a
well
series
one of
of them,
them's
but
out because I commented on it, and no one, the
I'll be back.
originator didn't respond.
Well, sorry, I don't have them set to automatically respond because there's abuse on YouTube, so I do have them set to approve, and I do check them. Just don't check them every day or anything.
I'm gonna go watch those videos.
There's only one. I'm saying there's a series, but anyway, that they're supposed to have trench art stuff carved in them. They write stuff in there, and they stick stuff to them. It's the way they do it. If you don't want it like that, you could probably ask them to have one hand. I don't know. It says they can't hand select them.
Right.
No, they said they can't hand select your favorite 90210 characters, so they're just playing around. I'll bet you could call and say, if you think that's too cheap, say, well, look, I'm willing to pay $25 if you go grab me a pair that looks sort of not marked up or abused.
Right.
But they're saying they got them in a big pile, so they're just going to go grab 2 out of that pile. And that's a decent price. What the hell, $20? It seems like a good price.
Yeah, well, it almost seems like too good of a price. That's what I was concerned about.
Yeah, I might get extra set for mine.
Well, yeah, but it's $20, man. I mean, that's pretty cheap. I mean, even if it turns out to be a ripoff, well.
I thought G-Webs is the one that introduced me to the Yugoslavians, or Serbians, I guess now, doing that to their weapons. And there is indeed a long history of it, and they do some really interesting stuff. So I've seen some people that just ordered them for nothing and got really neat stuff.
It's sort of like how when in Vietnam, how in Platoon or whatever, there's a Full Metal Jacket where they write on the helmet liner.
Exactly.
Cover.
I've gotten those too.
It's like that. Not everybody does it, but it was a thing, and some people did. So
yeah,
you can you see it in military surplus to see every once in a while a bunch of marker on there, and it's probably from somebody overseas that did it, or back in the day that did it.
I still want to know what establishment he went to be able to grab a pair that wasn't too marked up or beat up for $25. Because I haven't been to that gentleman's club.
I've got a VZ58 bayonet that the sheath has got the guy's name and a date on it and shit like that. It's really cool. Plus, he's
actually
I got nowhere with that one.
Czechoslovakian that says this is a superior aluminum milled receiver. He would just write that over and over on his sheath and stuff.
Yeah.
Says this is not a gopher round.
Yeah, well, it is, and it's 30 caliber rather than that 22 caliber that some people seem to like. Truly, I have only ever shot them like 2 or 3 times.
Only the RV
and they
was
are so
powered on
lightweight.
stories of the VZ58, Bob. Then you could get down here for nothing.
Well, it is one of the favorite private personal defense rifles for Israelis.
That's the stretch, but all right.
Well, no, they sell lots of parts anyway.
Or wait, is that the beginning of a racist joke? I'm sorry.
Huh? No, I like Israelis. I think they're badass.
One of my favorite countries.
Yeah, they don't take no shit. Well, they did one time and it turned out really bad for them, so now they don't take shit.
Now Hamas is going to come and get you.
I don't know, theoretically one of my favorite countries, but I'm not like putting them on my list of places to vacation.
No, I wouldn't want to go
Vacationing in a war zone is exciting.
I used to have an uncle that lived there. I don't think I ever want to go there.
Yeah, I had a couple of long expense paid vacations, places like that, and I really didn't want to go.
You save a lot on the hotel, but then it's offset by the expensive cost of body armor.
The accommodations always generally sucked.
Although, I mean, like, really, I mean, who doesn't have body armor, right?
And maid service was terrible.
Well, that's because they had to be strip searched.
Seriously, it's like they don't care. Like, we're going to sleep on the same sheets every day?
Sheets? You had sheets?
Yeah, sheets? Anytime I've been to one of those weird countries, there was, you brought your own sleeping bag.
Sleep on a camel or a goat.
There was this place in a little town just on the border between Croatia and Bosnia on the Croatian side. They had this little roadside food gut truck that used to come out, and they had these awesome pork chop sandwiches. I don't know what they put in those things, but I've been trying to recreate it for years.
Oh, okay.
Pork chops are made
I
with
can see the
McDonald's.
jokes coming there, but they would be kind of bad.
No, there was a place in Zvornik, Bosnia. I'm pretty convinced that I ate horse.
Mm. Oh, I was thinking worse than that, but
Horse is a
'Cause
delicacy in France.
actually, I don't mind horse. I've had horse here in Canada. I mean, I grew up
Makes
where
good
there
beef
were
jerky.
ranches, and they used to have big barbecues once a year where you'd come and you'd have horse steak and horse hamburger, and
That's
because most
new,
of their animals were sold for meat.
That's new U.S. Unique. That's not new. Like they just bought it somewhere, so you're paying for the manufacturing of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, those ones. Oh, have you seen there's another place that does them in really nice maple? They did Artisan Tony's AR-15 wood.
Same place.
Yeah, I went and looked at the stuff they have for the VZ58. Holy well, actually, I emailed them and said, "Do you do anything?" And they emailed me back. It took about 6 months, but they actually did return my email and showed me this shit. Fuck, was it nice? And it was way out of my price range. No, I'll buy the plastic shit that looks tactical, because
Do you like that hollowed out looking stock in the back?
I don't actually like
Skeletonized.
that
Skeletonized.
big hole in it.
Wooden stock.
Yeah, I don't like the big hole in it. I mean, unless you put like wooden
Seems
doors
good.
on it and you could put a bunch of shit in it. That'd be kind of cool. Like a survival
Seems
kit. Oh, brass. You put brass covers and then fill it with survival shit. That would be bad fucking ass.
You can hang it.
Wait,
That might
like-
be appropriate language in Canada, but this is a chat for everyone.
Oh, sorry. That would be bad bum. I don't like those
think that was
Yugo
more-
that look like pellet guns. Who's that would be G-Webs. You're the one with the pellet gun. Are those Yugos
What?
on your the ones that you're got for your avatar? Are those Yugos?
These Vepers? These Russian
Oh, those are Vepers.
RPKs?
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I don't know. How did they get fucking AKs up here, for God's sakes? I can't wait
I'll
to come
take it.
down there just to play with them some more. I got them years ago, but haven't since then. Yeah, those look like pellet guns to me. I wouldn't buy
I
one.
thought you were
of them.
saying pelicans.
No, pellet guns. They look like, some kind of Daisy Crossman, pump action pellet gun or something with that stupid forend.
It would probably look better with the mags in.
Yeah, no, I think that, it's trying to look like a sporting rifle. It's got the cheek raised, and stuff like that. But I mean, really, it just looks stupid.
Sounds like a Pearl Jam song.
Oh. Yeah.
No, if you put a solid stock on that and just put like a regular rifle stock and then a regular front hand guard, just not like that. More like something you'd see in a hunting rifle, and it would be kind of reasonable as a hunting rifle. I mean, they're not bad.
Yeah.
I would like
At least
small.
you have the option
mule
to get
deer
them
and
and
shit.
do that kind of stuff.
It is a Russian hunting rifle.
I mean, but they've killed all the big shit. They only got little stuff left. So, well, except somewhere they have some polar bears and shit. But yeah, they've mostly killed everything else. Wasn't a whole lot of environmental concern during the communist rule. So they've lost a lot of their, original wildlife. Unlike here, where it's like, oh yeah, we're gonna save everything. We're gonna reintroduce wolves into the city. What? Actually, at one point, somebody actually said we should reintroduce the prairie grizzly. And people who live on the prairies are like, are you fucking nuts? You want to reintroduce a bear that lives on the prairies, which we now all farmland, and it's the size of a fucking, beetle. Like a Volkswagen Beetle. Duh.
Sounds
course,
like a
what
good idea to
it-
me. Think of how quiet the chats would be.
No, I'm actually thinking, just think, though, that would then be a reason to push for carry laws, because, I mean, every time you went out the door, you were taking a risk of grizzly bear was going to jump on you. So, I mean, hell, it should, it would be commonplace to see everybody carrying 500 Smith & Wessons on their hip. or you know, a 12 gauge slung over their shoulder or something. I mean, hey, that'd be kind of neat. Except for the grizzly bears.
Yeah, I think I'd pretty much sleep with my 45-70 if we had prairie grizzlies running around Florida.
Yeah, because they were actually bigger than the mountain grizzlies because they got more food. They used to feed off the buffalo and stuff. So once those were wiped out, the grizzlies went soon after.
I don't know. I keep picturing a cross between a prairie dog and a grizzly bear, so it like comes up through a burrow in a hole in your backyard.
That's terrifying. I'd be like a sinkhole, like that poor guy who was sleeping in bed, and in the middle of the night, a sinkhole opened under his house and sucked him down. And I'm like, man, there's going to be a movie made out of that.
I mean, that's really how I got good at
Florida,
shooting
didn't it?
rifles, was popping prairie dogs in Texas with the 22.
Yeah. Well, here it was gophers. I mean, I think they're a little bit smaller than prairie dogs. They're actually, their original title is Richardson ground squirrels, but they're, you know, they look like a miniature prairie dog. And, you know, what size of a squirrel? Your regular small tree squirrel, you know, a little bigger than a chipmunk, but smaller than a big gray squirrel or a red squirrel or something like that. Maybe rat size. That's about right for them because they are little fucking rats. But we actually had a bounty on them 2 years ago here. You go out and slaughter them and get, I think it was 5 cents a tail or 10 cents a tail. Environmentalists meant like just ballistic.
Yeah, I told somebody the other day we should put a bounty on feral hogs, and they reminded me that why do you need a bounty? You get free ham.
If only if you want to eat it. I've heard there isn't too much of that really eat off feral hog.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I heard they were really diseased and stuff. That's what I've heard on the chats and the videos and stuff.
Oh.
Well, in Texas, is it Texas or somewhere you shoot them and they just leave them to rot because you don't want the meat, or if they take any meat, it's just the back straps or something.
I don't know.
More food for the other wild pigs.
Yeah, and that was the thing I was thinking about. Ooh, I want you to poison the pig, right?
In Florida, I mean, hell, you can't tell the difference between the pig you shot and the pig you got from the grocery store.
Really?
Not hardly.
Oh, shit, no, pigs we got up here, they're really close to those Russian, because they are starting to move up here, but they haven't decided whether we're going to shoot them or not. But yeah, they're just starting to get here, but they're like Russian boars, you know. They're really furry because they have to be to survive up here. But we've wiped out all our big apex predators out here in the prairie, so these things can just go from, you know, like, because we have still have big areas of bush, and they're actually
Which is why we need the prairie grizzly come back.
Not prairie grizzly. I mean, I'd like to see wolves come back because they generally don't attack people that often.
Just imagine the prairie grizzly like building holes underneath like your giant Russian boar nests. And then they would just show up and they would like eat the boars.
Then it would be there could be the possibility of a prairie grizzly NATO.
The prairie grizzlies would actually dig the pigs out because, I mean, they've got the big grizzly claws, right?
Imagine if a prairie grizzly NATO and like a sharknado like collided and had like
and then mated
predator
and had hybrid shark grizzlies.
Oh, I thought they were going to fight. I didn't realize they were going to create a mega tornado.
In Bob's world, the sharks and bears would fight with would have sex with each other.
Yeah, I'm pretty much generally a let's make love, not war kind of guy.
I literally think I just lost some brain cells.
Hey, it wasn't me who started turning it into a Sharknado, Grizzly-nado.
Went from a perfectly rational discussion about a grizzly tornado, and then it had to get far-fetched.
Oh, I know. I mean, grizzlies could be picked up in a big tornado. Pretty sure they wouldn't survive getting thrown through the air at 300 miles an hour, but, you know, you never know.
Well, they're kind of tough.
They could survive getting picked up, they just couldn't survive getting sent back down.
Yeah, it's the landing that's always the bitch.
Or in being in the funnel and running into a shark.
There have been tornadoes that have dropped frogs. Now that's actually true.
And fish.
And fish, yep. Because they started out over a lake. And they just sucked up everything on the surface. Could have been some poor son of a bitch in a canoe or kayak or something too, but it hasn't happened yet that we know about.
I'm pretty sure it happened on CSI, so just saying.
No, it was a diver got picked up by a bucket on a helicopter that was dropping water, which is completely unrealistic. Would have been worse if they tried to make it the airplane, because they only have about like 6-inch wide scoops on the bottom they open when they skim above the water to pick up the to pick up water to drop on the fire.
Gee whiz, what is that in that picture?
It's a hot chick with a something AK.
It's a 22, looks like.
GSG 22.
I was gonna say.
Oh yeah.
Anytime I see a spring, I think 22, but.
Yeah, the exposed spring is always a 22.
Yeah. They outlawed those in Canada. Apparently they look too scary. I'm not shitting. That's one of the guns they made prohibited.
It was the Woodstock.
Yeah, and that's a weird thing. It had wood on it. Most of the guns I make prohibited are like black plastic.
She's happy touching that wood.
Oh,
my God.
Man, somebody broke her nose.
Yeah, her nose is pointing down.
So what? That means the girls will stand up there and, cover your back.
She's got pretty eyes, though.
She ain't got much for guns, though. I don't know if I'd want her covering my back. Well, with the AK, maybe. She actually knows how to shoot it.
Apparently, if you can't curl 90 pounds in each arm, Bob is just not interested.
Oh, no, not 90 pounds. No, hell no, that makes him stronger than me. Try 30. No, she's too young. And that's an AR, isn't it?
That's an AK, Bob.
No, okay, AK, but...
It's just a
I'm sorry, I forget that you live in Canada and you don't see them very often. I'm not even making fun of you, like, honestly.
No, I didn't even look at the bolt. That's why I was looking at the magazine and the front grip and shit, and was just going like, "What the fuck?"
There's an old one for you, Bob.
Oh, okay. Well, no, actually, she's still a little young, and plus, it looks like she has Botox or something because her cheeks are kind of frozen. I know it is a picture, but
this is G-Web's porn file.
Yeah.
Whatever. You don't happen to have a bunch of girl shooting guns pictures? I can't help it.
Yeah. Actually, I don't.
I'm actually sorting pictures from 2008 SHOT Show, so that's what you're looking at.
So you've just got a fetish for the old block rifles, don't you?
Rifles? I didn't even know Glock made.
There's some gun broker chicks. They always have hot chicks.
You know, like communist block.
Whoa, how did that picture get in there? There's no rifles in there.
Personally, I like M1s. I like the 30-06 semi-automatic. That's my favorite gun. I'll settle for 308. It's a step down.
How about a Thompson?
I was shooting earlier today,
Badass.
and at my range they had a CMP event, and I went down there just to watch it for a little bit, and I was surprised. I didn't know that they allowed rifles other than M1 Garands and things like that to partake. Guys with ARs and one guy with an AK. Basically, as long as you shoot irons, they'll let you shoot. And it's a military type rifle.
Mm-hmm.
They'll let you shoot it.
Oh, I could bring my Norenko there. No, it's too far out of the way.
When I asked the guy about it, he said it kind of depends on where you go. At my range, they tend to be a little bit more open as far as what you can bring.
Yeah.
Some ranges, they're a little bit more conservative.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't have. I mean, that's one of the guns I think I'm going to bring down is my Marenko 308, my M14 copy.
Do you have to have papers? Have you called? Do you have to have papers to cross the border with it?
No, I just have to declare it when I go over, and then of course, declare it when I come back. And I think they give you something at the border, some
So
piece
don't
of
you have to
paper.
have some sort of?
Yeah, I mean, because if I'm only bringing long guns, if I'm bringing my handguns, then it gets more complicated. But
So you can bring your Norinco in there without having any paperwork hassles?
No, as long as I got I have a right to own it. I have my card that says I have a right to own it, and it's a rifle. It's just a 308 rifle with an 18.5-inch barrel. Could be a hunting gun.
Bob, do you have any pistols yet? I know you got your.
No, we're
I'm sorry. I know you got your pistol license, right?
No. They just sent me letters saying, you changed your name. You have to prove you changed your name. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And it's like, the long version and the short version of my name.
What's that a picture of her?
If you write on the form Bob and your name on your birth certificate's Robert, they then send it back and say, prove you changed your name
Or
to Bob.
personality.
Okay.
Oh, come on.
No, these are vertical pictures, and I swear I'm not a pervert. Regular pictures.
Those just perfect.
These are regular pictures that the damn Hangout keeps chopping their heads off of.
Man, he is
Her eyes are up there.
very disgusted
I
right
don't
now,
really
G
know.
Webs.
I've never looked.
All I see is 3 synthetic stocks.
Oh.
No, actually, those look real.
Those
and
are real.
You'll
They have
notice
a
because they're
tag,
different sizes. And the tan line, I really like the tan line. Now she's just like generic. Hi, I'm pretty.
Generic hot.
Yeah, I'm
But
fit.
no,
I'm pretty.
Generic hot is nice.
Well,
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's
some
fine,
guy
but
dropped
it's,
off. He would have said boobies gross.
you just got to remember that anybody who looks that
Extraordinary
good
any day of the week.
spends so much time exercising, she has no energy left for anything
2010,
else.
by the way. Well, you
All right,
can't
what
see
the
most
hell
of
is
this.
that?
Yeah, now that's a picture I have to wonder, why did you take it?
It's just that it cuts their heads off for some reason. This is 2010.
No, I would blame Google too, because it looks like it's Google doing that.
It's painting you in a very odd light, G-Webs.
Yeah, actually,
Here's
it's
a
not.
horizontal
Here
one.
shaking her
It's just
head.
telling us a lot more about G-Webs than we need. See, it doesn't cut their heads off.
It's a horizontal picture. See, it's sideways.
So, those girls look like, normal.
Yeah.
Not
And
not
way
hot.
Too young for you, Dan.
What?
Way
So
too
you're
young for you,
saying-
Dano.
So you're saying when you go vertical, you're just looking at boobs? Case in point.
I'll just
there
say,
we go.
Just cut them off. I can't help it.
99% of the time, I'm already looking at the boobs.
No, I mean, I'm fine with him. I mean, it's just, I mean, at least look at her teeth. Nice and straight.
Yeah, nice teeth.
Yeah. Tell she's, from North America, not from England.
Yeah.
You remember that,
Wow.
when that Myers guy was doing those first Austin Powers
This girl
movies,
has a
and he
nice
had the
smile.
fake
So.
teeth in? His British co-star thought those were his real teeth. Gee Webs, man.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's actually kind of nice. A lot better than looking at Dano. Or hell, looking at me.
Well, I could get out my sexy girl picture.
Oh, God.
I gotta find it.
What,
Is that
Mr.
Haas's guest?
what have you done?
Join us.
Sexy picture? Anybody say sexy picture? I got some. I got some. I
I don't know. We're stuck on boobs now.
No. We're talking about boobs, not man boobs.
I want to know why
got
Noah.
boobs. I got boobs. boobs.
Why
No,
is Noah
boobs,
in
not
there?
moves.
Oh, these are moobs.
Noah from
I
the
got those
Bible is in there.
Cork, did you have Sweet and Low tonight?
No, I'm just editing a video in slow-mo, so I feel like I need to talk really, really fast.
You're really messed up, man.
when I do these chats, I
There's one
can't
for
do
Bob.
my computer. Otherwise, my computer dies.
All right.
That's Bob's fantasy right there. Getting pulled over by a really
No.
hot Mountie on our force.
No, I actually I have really been pulled over by a hot-looking Mountie, and it was not a good time. I got a ticket, cost me $300. She did
Well,
not
if you hadn't solicited
submit
sex,
to my
you'd probably
charm
go.
in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, they don't like it. They don't like it when you slap their asses, Bob.
I didn't. I
If you
just
hadn't pinched her on the ass, she'd have probably let you go.
yeah. Oh, I mean, she let me go. It just gave me a great big giant speeding ticket. And
Oh, that came out.
Well, that's what happens when you go 120 kilometers an hour in, a 15 kilometer an hour zone.
I was doing 150K in a 100K zone, so.
Is 15 kilometers like?
She only clocked me at 145,
miles
though,
an
so I'm
hour?
thinking that kilometer on the car was wrong. But,
15
yeah,
kilometers an hour is like 3 miles an hour.
Yeah, no, it's 0.6 miles
Yeah.
per kilometer, so.
Yeah, 160K is 100 miles an hour, roughly.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, it was really easy to do the transition, is because, 60 miles an hour is 100K, basically. Our roads all went to that, okay, we'll round it up. It's 100 here. Some of our highways are 110, so it's like 70 miles an hour or whatever. But, 62 miles an hour, instead of going 30 miles an hour, you go 31.2 miles an hour or 32, something like that.
So you can basically think of it as a kilometer an hour is a percentage of 60 mile an hour. Like 100 kilometers an hour is 100% of 60 miles an hour.
Right, yeah. Well, except it's 62 miles an hour or something.
Man, 62 is close.
It's close, but yeah. I mean, that made the transition really easy, right? You just, instead of going to, and even if your vehicle, because we had lots of vehicles. I have vehicles in my garage that have miles per hour on their speedometers. They don't have kilometers, right? Because
really fast. Do you have
back then we didn't have it.
When I was in Europe, most of the roads were 120K in most countries other than Germany.
Yeah. And only
or
some of the
most
autobahns
freeways.
unlimited.
Are you kidding? If I saw one of those no speed restriction signs in the U.S., I would probably need a moment to myself before I hit the gas.
Yep.
Because
Yeah,
I miss
really,
seeing those signs.
It really sucked coming down there. Although I have been trying to figure out how to put a, because my camper, which is a bumper, like a tow behind, not a bumper hitch, but it's a tow behind camper, right? It's not a fifth wheel. It's got a hitch on the back because in Saskatchewan, even a tow behind like this, you can hook another trailer behind it. So it's legal, right? You can have a trailer that will allow you to put another trailer behind. But they make this carrier for motorcycles and stuff behind your truck, right? So it holds 500 pounds. It's like a ramp kind of thing you drive up on and strap your motorcycle down to basically the trailer hitch your truck. That would work on the back of my camper, so I could have my motorcycle on the back of the camper, so when I got somewhere I could unload the bike and go ride around and not have to drive the fucking truck because it costs a lot of money.
What kind of bike do you have?
I got two right now. I got my main one's my KZ 1000. It's a 81, but it's a J model. I used it for racing for a while. And then I got it's a 82 Kawasaki 1000 LTD, but it's the big bore kit, so it's like 1250, I think 1250 cc. But it's kind of a chopper I picked up because I wanted the motor. So, oh god, it's an ugly bike. But it's, a chopper Kawasaki.
Remember the Captain America chopper? It's like the Captain Canada chopper.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I like Captain America. He drove that old 45 Harley. That was his original one, eh? And those things are hoot. I knew a couple guys had them, and I got a chance to ride them, and they were fun. They only had about 30 horsepower, but they were a real blast to drive, eh? A rigid rear frame, Springer front end. That was riding a bike, you know. That's because that's what it used to be. I mean, we didn't have all the fucking shit we got nowadays.
Yeah, I think my bike was the last year that Harley put out carbureted big bore bikes.
Mm-hmm.
So was it AMF or was it?
No, it's a Harley after buying it back from AMF. It's a 2003.
Oh yeah,
Gotcha.
that was well after. Yeah, I had one of the last ones. I had a XLCR. You ever see those? So they were a Harley Sportster Cafe Racer. Apparently, if I still had it, it'd be worth a shit pile of money, but it got destroyed. It was the worst bike ever, though.
Which is the one that Evel Knievel used to base his?
Oh, that was the XR750. That was the Harley flat. That was actually a good bike.
Their little flat track racing dirt bike.
Yeah, they were basically kind of a Sportster, but smaller bore and stuff like that, and to make it in the rules, which was said 750cc, but it was a good bike. It had decent suspension.
It just never seemed to be as popular as their other bikes, but it seemed like a fantastic bike.
Oh yeah, I always wanted one when I was
you wouldn't want to like ride around on the road on one.
I saw a couple
they don't
of
have
guys.
any brakes.
Well, no, there was a couple of guys did street versions of them, right? They'd change this the wheels, put lights and shit on them, and then use them as a street bike. And I guess they were just freaking awesome. They were a Jap bike killer. I mean, they could actually compete with the Japanese 750s.
Yes.
My God, David, you're loud tonight.
Boy, he looks like a mellow version of Bob.
Malibu Yankee is looking pretty loud.
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh my God, and you made fun of my shirt.
Yeah, but your shirt didn't have Wile E. Coyote on it. My shirt's got Wile E. Coyote playing pool on it.
Yeah, but it's gaudy. That's what you're bugging me about. Oh, it's gaudy. Mine had pineapples and palm trees on it.
Really, Bob? That isn't gaudy shirt that you're wearing there?
No, that's not gaudy.
You have Wile E.
Oh,
Coyote.
that's not the one I was talking about. I mean, yeah, that's a bit. Well, no, it's not gaudy. Well, yeah, okay, it's a little gaudy.
I'm gonna do a video later with this shirt on just to spite everybody.
Oh, okay.
I think it's your hat, though, that really throws it off.
Yeah, it's really too bad that you're.
Still make videos?
Yep, I'm still making them now. And
It's really too bad Yankee isn't on my way down south this winter. I'd drop in on.
I just banned about a dozen people because of one of my videos.
Too bad for who?
Well, for me.
I finally got tired of people saying the exact same ignorant thing again and again and again, and just started banning everybody who said it. So, if you came on my video tonight and said something, and said Jesse Ventura was never a SEAL, you got banned immediately. If you're wondering why you got banned.
Oh yeah. Well, he wasn't a. He was a. What was it?
Ex-SEAL. All
the same training. He
Bob's
was
banned.
rescue.
Bob's banned.
All underwater demolition team members were SEALs.
Right. That's it. Underwater demolition.
All SEALs was a label that Kennedy gave them in 1962 that he gave to two UDT teams as SEAL 1 and SEAL 2 teams. That's all the term SEAL meant. They were just underwater demolition technologists or team members that got labeled SEALs, and then they started using
Did additional stuff.
Yeah, and then the training changed a little bit after that, but it's still called underwater. It's still called BUDS/SEAL. So the BUDS training was the same.
Yeah, you still have to complete some of the hardest training on the planet.
Yeah, it was the same training. I mean, it's like our search and rescue guys go through the same kind of shit, eh? And yet, you know, they're SARS.
And when the U.S. Navy says every UDT that came before the term of SEAL is still awarded the same rights, privileges, and title of SEAL as every member that came after, that means you're a SEAL. Doesn't matter what some crackpot fuckhead on the internet wants to say. That's the end of the story.
You got that, Bob?
Oh, yeah, no, I understand it completely. I agree with it.
But Alex Jones says, who gives a fuck what that never did nothing son of a bitch says?
Well, as long as you're passionate about it.
Alex Jones is, but I'm just saying, I mean, it's the same with our underwater demolition guys who are also our search and rescue guys, right? So, oh, please, it's and even the SEALs have said it's the same training.
One SEAL could take out all your Canadian guys with a pair of nail clippers.
Oh, please. Prove that in Afghanistan. Our special forces are way better than yours.
Yeah, right. That's why you all are such a world power.
Okay. That was
all right. Well, while y'all are measuring your forces,
he does have us there. That's why Canada is one of the premier world powers.
Yeah, we got a tenth of your population. We can't be the same kind of world power as you, but man for man, we've always
But they
outdone
can take
you.
credit for it.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just go by actually, and it's not where we don't know. Do you? You look at the first special forces, and they were half Canadian, half, or the first ones in North America, the half Canadian, half American, and they were pretty badass together.
Yeah, all I can say is when I was at Huachuca, I saw it was amazing how many of those American soldiers were going up to Canada to train, and well, wait, that was all the Canadians were coming down here to train.
Well, because you guys got way more training shit to do. Hey, we did pretty well in Afghanistan. You look at Hamlad province. We had like what actual boots on the ground. We had less than 2,000.
And next year they'll split them.
But yeah, I mean we
had like last term like
brought our own tanks. We shipped over our Leopard tanks and then went, oh crap, they got no air conditioning. And then we had to scrap them all over there and buy brand new ones from Germany. Cost us a fortune. But they're really cool tanks. Better than the M1, apparently.
So was there a topic of conversation tonight, or is it just everybody's better at looking at each other?
Yugo handguards.
Yeah. It's kind of what it started at, and then we devolved.
Yugo handguards, G-Webs.
How could it evolve from there? How could it get any more boring than Yugo handguards?
Oh, yeah, evolved. Let's just say that. So what have you been up to, Yankee?
Nothing.
Sounds normal. I'm almost ready to come down to the States this winter, man. It's going to be sweet.
Okay.
Oh, I can't wait to meet all the guys down in the warm part. And that was actually the best part is I'm going to leave my family to deal with the snow. Because they're used to me going out and snow blowing everything and doing all that shit, so should be funny. I'll be getting
Little teacher to depend on their husband and father.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, because my kids are teenagers and my wife's like, she's been alive for a while. She should know how to do shit.
I'm going to say that's
Is that enough handguards for
to
you?
get rid of them.
G-Webs expects me to watch 2 more or 3 more of his videos before making a major purchase.
What a major purchase. I got them all up on the fucking screen. Fuck.
Okay, so which ones fit the PAP?
The ones that fit the PAP, that's it.
Okay, which ones are those?
The ones on the PAP. Your option
Really?
is to buy them or them, yeah.
Oh.
Is there plastic ones of them available?
Of the PAP? Yes.
Okay,
But they're,
well then.
like, I think it's what, Raven or Ronin Industries or something. I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, they'll probably melt.
They're like $40, something like that, $50.
Well,
Is
since
there
they're
anything
not being
wrong
jammed
with
into
one?
an inferior aluminum milled receiver, they're probably going to be just fine.
Right?
Could you modify mine to fit yours?
No. Well, kinda.
I mean,
Would
'cause
you
it
think
looks
it'd be
like if
battle
you would,
worthy?
I'll have no use for it.
No, that's not something that'd be easy
Yeah,
to
like
do.
not something I'd want on my only rifle sort of thing.
No,
Yeah.
it'd be some kind of hobbled together weird thing. The Yugo is a big swelled. Look at it. It's swelled, and
Yeah.
the swell goes up to the little metal part that cups the wood that holds it on the barrel. So look at the Yugo rifle. It's like letter U. The one on the Yugo is like the letter O because there's all that wood where the swell is that's being cupped by the metal cup, where you'd have to shave all that down. Or, I mean, you'd have to put another metal cup on there. And
Yeah, I
plus,
got
it's longer. The rifle one is way longer.
It looks like it too, yeah. I got
Well,
excited
why-
there when I noticed that the PAP was a 3-hole and that it looked similar, but then I was looking at your picture here and you're right, they're totally different. That's kind of a bummer.
Why would you want to
Not
change
all
it?
the Yugos are
What's wrong with it?
Take some weight down.
What?
No.
What? Who?
I said apparently not all the Yugos are swelled because mine is not.
No, there's a rifle. It is not swelled. Otherwise, the underfolder wouldn't come up on and fit around it.
Gotcha.
So,
Although typically an AKM is swelled.
G-Webs are, what would happen if you sanded down the extra wood from the swell?
Well, I would take it down with something more than sandpaper, but then it would just flop around in those metal cups that hold it into the gun. See
Yeah,
how
so
on the
take-
end of the handguards there's a metal cup? Same thing
Yeah.
on your BZ-58, and then
Yeah.
if you removed a bunch of the material, it would just slop all around in there.
Yeah, it just wouldn't be it wouldn't be made for it. You'd be losing too much material. It would be too. You could do it, but it wouldn't be something
You're too
worthwhile.
flexible? You're saying the wood would move too easily?
No! Look,
This
are you
swell
looking at the Are you looking at the
It's a
screen?
lot of material.
Hang on. No, I wasn't looking at you. I was watching Huck's weird
It's
picture.
you'd be removing a lot of material.
Huck's weird picture. What's Huck got up?
Oh, I don't know, some dead
Oh,
anime guy.
it looks like an upside down anime guy all the time.
It's an eagle.
I know, but when you glance at it in that little picture, it looks like an upside down anime guy.
I can't see G-Web's picture when he talks, so I see some black screen.
Eagle
Really?
Hat.
Try double clicking on it. Sometimes you need to refresh our screens when we're inside of it.
Wait, what is this? An eagle that stole the Pope's hat?
It's not working. I can see it when it's
Sitting on a bottle cap.
Yeah, I see G-Web's pictures when they're
It's a
down.
cut eagle head with a malachite background, leaning on a bottle cap with a glow-in-the-dark eye.
Really? It looks like a little anime head upside down.
Really? That's what that looks like to you?
Yeah,
Yep.
it totally does.
Looks like a bitchin' American eagle to me.
Looks like an eagle to me.
Well, yeah, when you look at it right side up, but not when you look at it in the little
Now
window.
I see it. Oh, okay. You know what? But honest to God, I saw this anime character upside down with this, the anime
It
kind
has
of
a lot.
squarish head.
Also, and Bob, while you're seeing this, are you also smelling toast or tasting pennies?
No, shut up.
No, until he described it, I didn't realize that was a bottle cap. I really thought it had some kind of weird hat.
Yeah, now I see it completely, but
Call it a display stand, but don't tell anybody.
But yeah, I mean, before I just saw this face. It was a face and a pair of shoulders, kind of skinny shoulders, and kind of a triangular face, and it was an anime character. Oh, that's fucking weird. I just watched a show on TV tonight about perspective and how it can change. You can look at a picture and you can move a piece of gray, fabric that's the same color as the gray on the phone, but the phone that's shown in the picture that's kind of tilted, it's black on top and it's gray on the bottom, and yet you put the same color material on it and your eye sees it as black or gray. It's just
that one's totally...
That is such vivid imagery, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry, guys.
The show is called Brain Games there, but that's what the show is called.
Oh, really? Okay, that's somebody else has heard of it. I just saw it tonight and went, well, that's fucking cool.
Wait, are you saying that when you move the gray part over the gray, it looks gray?
But it's different colors of gray. One's really dark gray and one's light gray.
Yep.
Popping popcorn.
That's because he hears Cuba in the background, I think.
It's not me. I don't hear Cuba. Oh, it's a Cuban guy.
John was popping popcorn. He's making Jiffy Pop while he's on the chat.
Who's making Jiffy Pop?
You.
Hey,
me?
Haas had a dump while he was on
I
Change a picture.
He turned on his bug zapper.
I was trying to film a video the other night. I was trying to film a video the other night, and Haas fucking butt dialed me 3 times in a row.
Really?
He didn't butt dial you, he drunk dialed you.
Now, I wasn't drunk dialing because it wasn't the usual,
blah, 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 blah.
garbage that usually when he drunk dials me. This
I
was
want to fondle your guns.
it was just butt dialing because I could hear him, like it sounded like he was driving or working or something in the background every time I'd pick it up.
It's like he was exercising, a lot of grunting and groaning.
Yeah.
Why do people put their phones in their back pockets? I keep worrying that I'm going to break mine, but I got one of those iPhone 4s, so apparently they're glass phones anyway.
Seriously, if I put my iPhone 4 in my back pocket, I would shatter that guy in half in like 30 seconds. I can't do it. I don't know how other people do it. It don't break everything.
The strain from my jeans would shatter it.
I always put my phone in my front left pocket, screen facing in, because I've made the mistake of putting, when I used to flip houses, I lost 2 phones by putting my phone in the pocket, screen facing out.
Yeah.
I was working on a table saw once, and it kicked back a piece of wood and hit right on my phone screen and shattered it.
I also do
I've had it kick back and hit me in the gut and leave a bruise.
Saved my life, but it broke my phone, so I was pissed.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've been hitting the gut so many times by things kicking off the table saws.
Oh, I know, they're nasty. People don't realize, and then they'll try to say, "Oh, can you just cut me these little tiny strips?" Fuck no.
Yeah, fun fact, Yankee is actually like Harry Houdini, and you can always walk up and punch him in the gut, and he can absorb it at any time.
Hurts like hell.
As long as you warn me.
One time I thought
as long as you warn me.
I was cutting through a piece of satina, which is bloodwood, and hit a knot. It kicked back and hit me in the stomach, and it left looked like a purple egg was under my skin. I thought I had ruptured myself.
Their buddy swinging around a pair of lead-filled nunchucks one time, and I stepped into it right as he swung them towards me as a joke, and he knocked me out cold, dropped me like a sack of potatoes.
Should never step into things. I don't know if you can see it on camera or not, but probably not because my camera's not on. But I don't know if you can see that scar right there on camera or not. That one, it runs from right there to right there. You never step into anything. My dad didn't think it was funny he used to do a butterfly knife all the time. One of those Bali Song knives. He'd think it'd be funny to be doing it, and then his buddies, he would flip it to where he had the butt and just butt him in the chest, like, "Oh, I'm stabbing you," but the blade's closed. He's hit with the butt of the thing. And he went to do that to me once when I was little, and I went like that, and as he was flipping it closed, he cut my arm all the way across right there, and I was just a little kid, and my mother beat the shit out of him.
Sounds like your fault.
Yeah. Oh, my mother beat the shit out of him, though.
When I was a baby, my dad used to lock my knees and balance me on his palm, so my feet would be, so I was standing on his palm, and I slipped one time, and he caught me by the leg and popped my leg out of socket. My mom was pretty livid about that one.
Yeah, my dad used to do that where he would put us on his feet and flip us and catch us, and my mom used to come home and catch him doing that and throw a fit, and once he put my shoulder out of socket doing that, and she beat him half to death for that, too. In fact, one of my earliest memories as a kid is we're sitting at the dinner table, my mom and dad get into a fight, And my dad goes over and gets mad at her, so he puts his fist through her china cabinet. And she had those big, if you've ever seen those big carved wooden fork and spoons that they used to have on walls, you know, they're like 3 feet long and they're just a big giant wooden spoon. Well, my dad is putting his fist through her china cabinet. As he's doing that, she's taking that spoon off the wall. And as he turns around, she comes from like she's going for a home run, like she's swinging for the bleachers, and catches him right across the brim of the nose, that thing hard enough to shatter it. Takes him straight to the ground. He's out cold, blood coming out of his face. And she picks us up and takes off. And that's one of my earliest memories.
Aw.
Real heartwarming story.
Reminds me of I was like dancing through a kitchen. My mom had just mopped and waxed the floor, and I'm like spinning around like 5 or 6 years old. And she's like, "Get out of the kitchen!" And I'm like, as I'm spinning, I'm like, fuck you, Mom. Just some stupid, didn't think about it. She slapped me so hard I made an extra rotation, spun again, and landed on my ass.
Yeah. Oh, my mom smacked me hard many times. That's why I always tell my kids, I was like, this old lady that's pretending to be sweet is not my mother. I was like, the real one that's my mother is a horrible, evil bitch. And she's just being nice to you guys because she's trying to get into heaven now.
I don't know, my grandmother used to wield a switch like Obi-Wan Kenobi with a frickin' lightsaber.
We had a willow tree in our backyard. It's still there, actually, behind the farmhouse. But willow trees are the worst for switches.
The worst part was having to go out and pick your own switch.
Yep.
Yeah, but you learn pretty quick to pick a thicker one rather than a thinner one.
If it breaks, you have to go get another one and start all over again.
Yep. Well, and the thin ones hurt more.
Yeah, so I got about 40 minutes of Google Glass video today out at the range. See if I can whittle it down to 3 minutes of anything that looks like anything.
Are they as horrible as everybody says they are?
They're Google Glass.
How much are they?
They're ridiculous.
A friend of mine was one of the beta testers for that, for the Google Glass, and he wore one for like 3 months as part of their beta test program. And he said it was horrific.
Yeah, I'm doing the whole beta thing with them. I think they usually charge like $1,500 for the damn things. But I mean, to me, it's a head-mounted video camera.
Yeah. So it's pervert cam.
So how much do they cost?
$1,500.
Yankee, the pervert cam is the one that goes in your shoe.
You would know.
Google flip-flops.
We're a stone guy when we need him.
Yeah, he's the guy that tells us all about the video cameras and the shoes and shit.
I'm pretty sure Stone Guy doesn't believe civilians should have Google Glass.
Yeah, he doesn't like to get videotaped because,
in principle, but he doesn't think we should actually have them.
What I actually want to do is bring it flying and see if I can get it to do some heads-up display type stuff for flying. I think there it could be actually useful.
Oh, yeah, that would be very cool. Yeah, especially if you're in an ultralight or something and you can get it hooked up to your Google phone, so you got GPS and all that kind of crap.
Oh yeah, it does that. I mean, it's got a compass app and stuff like that. But if I could get just certain flight data presented on it, it would, reduce my scan.
Oh yeah, well, get your speed, your climb, your attitude, right? You'd want your little wingies.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if I could put on, just think about, anytime you've seen like those gun camera videos of the military heads-up display, or played Falcon 3.0 or whatever. Just a little bit of that data, and I'm not talking about a full heads-up display. I certainly don't need a freaking crosshair, but if I could keep airspeed, vertical speed indicator, and altitude on there, that would be like perfect.
Oh yeah, that'd be just fucking badass because you can see through them as if they're not there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and you kind
Yeah,
of
see,
look up at
that'd
it.
be perfect.
You know, even when it's on, it's like not in the center of
Mhm.
your vision. So
Okay.
you know, you can
You have
see.
to look up. Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
So
that'd be
yeah, you kind of
cool.
glance up to look at the screen, but even there you can see through it, and it's focused at infinity. So
It'd be great. I could get my reading glasses on the bottom part, the Google glasses on the top, and I'd look through the middle, and it'd be just plain glass, right?
My only concern is I can't focus on anything closer than a foot to my face, so I'm wondering if I'll be able to see it or not.
no, it's focused at like infinity.
Yeah, I'd have to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've looked through that kind of 3D shit, and yeah, it seems to work.
But yeah, we'll see if any of that video I took today was usable. I mean, I'm shooting rifles, so it's probably going to be a little harder because obviously it's not seeing dead down the sights.
Yeah, the Google Glass is not on your strong eye; it's on your.
It's on your right eye.
It's on your right, and you
Yeah.
shoot
Off
right
center.
or left eye.
It's not
Well,
in your iris, though, so it's not going to be right on your sights.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's not going to be on your sights. It's just a little bit off to the right of the where the camera is. It's a little bit off to the right of the rifle.
All right.
You know, I shoot right-handed, but I'm left eye dominant, so I shoot rifles right eye. I shoot pistols left eye.
It's got to be confusing as hell.
Nah, used to it.
I guess you get used to it.
The
Yeah.
opposite of how
I'm dyslexic, so apparently everything I see is upside down, and my brain has just learned to flip it over. So yeah.
Bob, that's literally everybody's brain.
No, dyslexia is different. It's if you look at a book, if you're dyslexic when you first try to look at books and shit, the letters are backwards. Like everything's turned backwards for some weird fucking reason.
I was just gonna say, like everybody's eyeballs, like they physically take an image and they invert it upside down, and they
No, that's
that
true.
way.
Yeah, that's completely
I've
true.
actually seen studies where they take lenses, like goggles, and they put them on people's face, and they like attach them so you can't take them off. I mean, I'm assuming it's voluntary, of course. And like after like 10 or 20 minutes, the people who are wearing them, their brains just automatically invert the images back to where they're right side up. It's like they're seeing everything upside down. After a couple of minutes, their brains just flip everything.
Oh yeah.
You want to have practical fun with that? Get
Everybody.
diagnosed with astigmatism. They correct astigmatism, and for a few hours after you put on the new glasses, your depth perception's off, and square things look like they're freaking parallelograms, and it's ridiculous.
I don't know.
Have you ever had an ocular migraine?
Thank God I've never had a migraine, period.
I get migraines. Migraines are bad, but when you get an ocular migraine, you don't feel any pain. Not always. I don't ever feel pain when I have ocular migraine. All your does is your vision folds in on itself, which means I lose like the middle 6 inches of anything I'm looking at. Like if I looked at my keyboard, I'd be able to see Q-U-E-R, and then I'd be able to see I-O-P and the rest. I wouldn't see the middle 4 keys.
Like when you look at the sun, or different?
Different.
It's different. There's also different things it can do to you. It can give you, like, it'll cut the peripherals out of your vision and make them real blurry, if not just black bars.
I always use my center vision. My vision is folded in the middle, and I can't, like if you look at a word, you can see the first letter and the last letter, but not the middle.
There's actually an eye disease that does that too.
How long does that last for?
It lasts an hour or two, sometimes until you go to sleep for a while.
Yeah, some people happen for days.
The first time it ever happened to me, I flipped the fuck out. I didn't know what the hell was wrong with me.
Yeah. There's an eye disease
I've
that
had
does
something like
like
that happen, but I thought it was
Macular
related to the bottle of tequila.
Yeah, there's macular degeneration, which is an eye disease that happens to older people. And they start losing the center of their vision, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger until they're blind, eh?
My dog
That
has
explains a lot better.
my dog's like 12 years old, and he has what looks like another pupil floating around inside his eye. It's a big black circle thing. Looks like his pupil leaked.
Greedy.
Oh,
It's pretty weird.
yeah. But at 12 years old, if it's a reasonable sized dog, that's not a bad life.
Oh yeah, he's a good old dog. He's got like weird tumors on him and shit. And he's all beat up. His bones are all crackly. And he's a good old dog though.
Nice thing is, when you get an old dog and you know he's in too much pain, you can put him to sleep. You can't do that for Grandpa.
In Oregon, we have assisted suicide. And Washington.
Yeah.
You gotta make
we're
it look like
we're working on getting it here.
You gotta make it look like they did it themselves and you just assisted, but you can still do it.
Yeah, see, they're working on it here so doctors can do it, right? Doctor-assisted suicide. So if the patient and the family and everybody agrees and they go, okay, we'll just give you an overdose of morphine, which is kind of what they do to cancer patients anyway, because if the pain keeps getting worse and worse and worse, they just keep giving them more morphine until they quit breathing.
They used to do it subversively in hospitals all the time. When the doctor felt the patient was suffering too much, they just give them too much morphine and pass. And the families knew it. They just didn't make a big deal out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was just like, you know.
Give someone too much morphine, they just quit breathing. It hurt them at all.
Yep. Yeah, and you know, they do all these court cases over, oh yeah, the wrong drugs are in the cocktail of things that we use for the death penalty, and these aren't humane. And it's like, dude, just start pushing morphine until they're gone.
I said, just give them a shot of something, put them to sleep, and then put a bullet in their head. It'd be a lot quicker and easier.
Yep. Oh, I wouldn't even put them to sleep. And just send them up there, put a 45 to the top of their head and blast into their spine. I mean, they're done.
Jesus Christ. That's terrible.
Damn.
How about a fucking ice pick to the nape of the neck? That's
that's
and there's a tiny little red mark. I mean,
no, I want to blow their cranial. I mean, that's the way I want to go. I mean, other than stroking out under a 25-year-old experienced woman.
There's only two
at the age of 90.
In
But
your sleep with your head exploded open.
Ain't gonna happen.
It's not supposed to be retribution.
Having been to a couple funerals of people that had that
They
done
wouldn't
to
feel a
them,
damn thing.
rather
They'd feel
not
the
hang
top.
by
They'd
root
feel a gun touch the top of their head, and then they'd just be done.
That's how my Uncle Gary died, right in front of me and his sons and our whole family at a family get-together. He blew his head off.
It's not a pretty thing. It's not something you want anyone to see unless you're doing a closed
You
casket.
wouldn't do it where people could see it. You'd just write a note and do it. It's easy enough to hold a handgun on top of your head.
Well, why would you just use a 22? Why a fucking 45?
Because not very sure.
It's permanent. A 22. People have had 22s go through their brains and they've survived, right? You want something that's going to actually blow the skull cavity to pieces. Personally, I would think a nice 308.
45 kills your ghost.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you want to get haunted by the ghost.
Kills your ghost. That's awesome.
You could
That
shoot
is
a
a
ghost
good-
with a
That
45.
is a good quote too. Yeah. 22 only kills you. A 45 kills you and your ghost. I like that.
I mean, if it
Actually,
can,
the only gun effective against ghosts are ghost guns. You should know that by
if
now.
you kill an alligator,
That shoot 45
it'll do
caliber
you good.
Any gun with silver bullets is going to be good against ghosts.
No, I'm pretty sure that ghosts can be
Silver's
disrupted.
paranormal cure-all. It's a pure metal. It carries pure property. That's why it's good for vampires and werewolves.
Of course, nothing will ever beat the Florida Attorney General when old Sparky malfunctioned and the guy caught on fire while getting his death penalty. And the Attorney General said, well, you don't want to come down to Florida and commit any crimes because our electric chair might malfunction again.
Probably didn't hurt. Well, I mean, people commit those kind of crimes. Usually they're just stupid at that moment. It's like, damn it, I was mad at her because she didn't get me a beer, or That clerk
If you
didn't
get
give me
mad
the
enough
money
to kill
quick enough.
somebody because she didn't grab you a beer, then you deserve to be put to death.
And a lot of
I
people
feel like
do
that's
get
a
that,
legitimate use for an electric chair.
Yeah, I don't know. The electric chair's kind of cheesy. I'd much rather have the firing squad. That would be the way to go.
Well, the electric chair was actually invented by Thomas Edison as a way to show, what's his name?
Oh, Telsa. Yeah, he was trying to show up Telsa because Telsa was using AC current and Edison was all about
Tesla.
DC current.
Nikolai Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla. Yeah, that's an amazing guy. You read his history
Amazing,
and
coincidentally insane.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just imagine what Tesla could have come up with, and like imagine what our world would be like if Tesla hadn't been hounded by Edison for decades, and like trying to get Edison off his fucking back the whole time. Imagine what our world would be like.
yeah, he was a genius. Yeah. Edison was never. Everybody thinks he's a genius. He never was. He stole his ideas from his employees. Well, he didn't steal
He
them.
paid
I mean,
inventors to work for him,
Yeah.
and then like on the contract or whatever, like on the stipulation that he could call all of their inventions his own.
Yeah. But I mean, they wanted a job, right?
Terrible inventor. And a
Yeah.
terrible.
Look, they probably
Well,
thought,
that's a good deal. You guys signed an agreement when you joined gun channels and all everything. It's a good idea. And here it gets
People that work at Microsoft face the same thing.
oh yeah,
Well,
I mean,
any
Well,
company.
really, you want a regular paycheck for you're sitting there and thinking up ideas of stuff you can design and build. Well, then you do that, right? You sign the contract. So
Edison was ahead of his time in business models, not in invention. His inventors were ahead of his time.
exactly. I mean, he was not an inventor.
Well, he was
Yeah.
able to spot good inventions too, so that helped.
Oh yeah, and that's a big part of it, right? It's also the inventor who goes, oh, look what they've come up with, and this too, and that too, and we can put these together and do this. You know, that's also an inventor or a creator.
That's some of the coolest knife designs I've come up with have been bits and pieces of random products.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing. Is I've always looked at shit and gone, oh, if I take that and do this and do that, I can do this. I've never done it because I'm lazy, but
I'm getting ready to make a Yugo handguard out of my my shop vac attachment.
oh, cool.
What happened to your original one?
Nothing. It's just heavy and wood.
Huck don't like wood.
Are you looking?
I like wood a lot, just not on my AK. It's heavy already.
They are heavy guns, eh? I mean, you should pick up a VZ one time. You would just be fucking
Yeah, I've handled them
amazed at
before.
the difference.
We sold it.
Pick up a what?
A VZ-58.
Oh, I thought you said a VD. I'm like, I've spent my entire life trying to avoid BD.
Once wasn't that bad. It was way back in the day, and you just got a few shots of penicillin, and you were fine.
I got a buddy who's a collector.
Yeah.
A VD?
Yeah, among other things.
But yeah, VZ, I mean, they're so fucking light. That's the thing is, I can't believe these things just didn't take off in the States and people went, yeah, it shoots the same round as the AK, but it's way fucking better because it's forged aluminum, it top of jet, you use stripper clips, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's weird. Just so much.
It's weird that it didn't take off because it's odd.
Twice the price, yeah. But it's more than twice the gun.
It's just
As
a different
much-
gun. It's a different manufacturing process, a different It's like having a different philosophy of use entirely for a weapon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
Totally.
cool.
No.
Uh-oh, nothing fancy term coming at you.
Yeah, how you like my neck?
Actually,
Well,
I do like
Hey, has nothing fancy ever done anything on the VZ Sorry.
Hey, Bob, just ship nothing
That was
fancy
a
your
four-way
BZ-58 so he could do like a 4-hour review on it, and then everybody will know how awesome it is.
You know, that's what I'm just thinking. Has he ever done a review on one? Because he's somewhere down there in the desert, isn't he?
Yeah, he suggested that people sell them.
He's in Nevada.
Really? Nevada.
No, he's in Utah.
Or Utah, that's right, Utah.
Oh, Utah. Really? He's a
He's
Mormon?
everywhere.
I don't know if I want to, like, you know.
I don't
hang out
think
with
he's a Mormon. I think he's one of the minority of people who live in Utah that aren't Mormon.
Oh, okay. Mormons scare the hell out of me, man. People with magic underwear, I'm scared of those.
I think that's
I mean,
literally
I know
the
they're
least of your
probably-
worries when you're dealing with Mormons. The magic underwear.
Is Bob
Yeah, that
crying?
is like the least threatening thing. Like the least worrisome thing to me is the magic underwear. That's like harmless. That's harmless to everyone but them.
I'm going to say this, Bob. I think you're afraid of them because they have more than one wife, and you're just trying to figure out how the hell they can pull that off.
He's not afraid so much as jealous.
God, no, why would anyone want more than one wife? I mean,
Hey,
one
don't
wife
lie to us, Bob.
is a lot of work.
Bob, you can lie to your friends and you can lie to your family, but don't lie
Diminishing
to us.
returns.
You're jealous.
Yeah, they have lots and lots of wives.
Yeah, that don't make no sense to me. Well, unless they all had really good jobs, and then you didn't have to work. That would be all right.
They're good at all kinds of jobs.
Those are weird sounding crickets or frogs.
That comes from living in the swamp.
No, that's somebody that lives in a monkey cage.
Yeah, really? You live in a swamp, man? That must be terrible for your health.
That's
It's called-
Florida, Bob. Florida is one big swamp.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. I have relatives down there, but I don't want to go there. There's some fancy restaurant or something. But it's just like, ugh. It's Florida. It's right where the tidal waves are going to take out the whole coast. I mean, I maybe go there for a couple of days, but only if the weather was going to be really good, eh? And then otherwise, oof.
Hey, you
No,
look,
thank
you know,
Could come any time, eh?
well,
Really
once
good
every-
weather in
Once every
Florida.
10 or 12 years, we might get a pretty decent hurricane, but it snows where you are every year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
really nice weather in
the snow
Florida.
isn't
That's
that
what,
bad. Once you get used to it, I mean, that's we invented snowmobiles and skis and snowshoes. We invented.
Oh yeah,
all that shit.
watch Florida with an inch of snow. It's a catastrophe.
Yeah, it's really weird because most of the vehicles here have all-season tires, same tires you guys probably have, because they don't change
I don't know.
tires.
Don't airboats work pretty well in the snow too?
And people just drive. Like my wife's got a Fiat. You know, the new Fiats, like the little tiny Fiats that they sell now. You know, Fiat 500. And she's had the same tires on it for 3 years, and I look at them and I go, those look like street slicks or racing slicks or something. But she drives around. No, it's fine. Doesn't slide. Never gets stuck. Well, unless it high centers, because it's only got about 4 inches of ground clearance. But
yeah. I gotta, Sean, how much have you had your air conditioning on the last 3 weeks?
Constantly?
I don't
No.
have air conditioning.
I'm gonna say this: there's been no air conditioning on in this house in 3 weeks.
But my house stays 74 degrees year round.
My house has not been above 73 degrees in the last.
Are we comparing states? Because I can carry switchblades.
So you were
Damn,
saying, you know, nice weather, but I was saying nice weather in Florida. I just want to know when that is because.
I can have a 12-inch barrel
No,
12 gauge
that's
for
a myth.
no tax stamp.
Yeah, exactly.
It's muggy all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob,
We're making like
I
2
carry
days
a
out of
pistol every day.
Well,
What was
and that's one of the main reasons for running the AC all the time is to keep the humidity down.
Oh yeah, I could see that. It must be just awful. I know. I went Toronto. That's big city in Canada, and it's right on a big giant lake, one of the Great Lakes. And we were down at the lakefront one time to go to this Italian restaurant. It felt like you couldn't even fucking breathe the air. It was so goddamn thick. It was awful. Like, I'm from the prairies, man, where it's everything dry. And it was fucking like, I felt like I was drowning just trying to breathe the air. It was awful. It was like 97% humidity or something stupid.
About 94, 95, somewhere in there. I was spent a month out at Fort Irwin, California.
Wow.
Out near Barstow, middle of the desert. So we take we get on this 747 and fly back to Fort Benning, Georgia. And I remember stepping, just as I stepped through the door of the aircraft to get on the little stairs to walk down off of it, and being hit with the humidity again. And I literally felt like somebody flipped open my head like a Pez dispenser and just poured a bucket of water into my lungs. And it was like, I can't breathe.
Yep.
That's exactly what I felt like going to Toronto, man. It's crazy what humidity does.
Yeah, 2011 Fort Lauderdale area. End of September. Go down there for a few days. Step off the plane. I couldn't breathe.
Spring break.
No, it wasn't spring break. It was end of September. It's supposed to be nice weather, but I remember hearing on the radio in the car that today's high is going to be 98. Relatively cool this time of year.
Yeah, well, I guess I grew up on, pretty much around the Gulf Coast. So I spent my entire life in high humidity areas. So a month in the desert and coming back, it was just like shock that I never realized that I spent my entire life not able to breathe.
Yeah, the air could be so different.
Yeah, it gets that way when it's here when we get up into the 90s and it's really humid and you go into the grocery store where they have the AC blowing right at the doors. So you walk in, you get the nice cold blast, but when you walk out, you still get that cold blast, and then you go into that hot, humid air, and it's like you can't breathe. It's horrible.
Yeah, they'll actually like when they first got
down in Florida, I felt that way. I couldn't breathe.
When they first started to put air conditioning on tractors, and farmers would be baling hay or whatever, right? And a lot of times, because their equipment might be older or whatever, it would break down or they'd have to stop. And they'd be sitting in the cab of these tractors, brand new air conditioning, just going full blast, nice and cool. Hey, that's cool, great. And they'd be in and out of their tractors like 4 or 5 or 8 or 9, 10 times, and they'd collapse and die because of the extremes of heat, right? It was just like you do it too many times, your body just goes, oh, fuck this. Yeah, so it's really interesting the way that the body, our human body can acclimatize this stuff. If you stay in those temperatures, you'll survive them. It'll be uncomfortable and everything else. But if you go in and out of the two different temperatures, it can really fuck you up.
I'm just looking at my weather. What we're supposed to have this week? 1 day of rain. Oh, wait. That's every day in Florida. Our highest temperature after tomorrow is going to be 79 degrees. 81 tomorrow. It's awesome. Lows in the 50s, highs in the 70s. I love it.
Yeah, we had a small monsoon while I was on the range today.
Well, that happens every day. You just kind of deal with it.
Yeah, no, this one was particularly hard with the 50-degree angle sideways rain, but we were shooting under a cover, so I took the opportunity to see if I could through the downpour and the sideways rain start pinging steels at 300.
Get to watch the bullet curve, if you could actually see it through the raindrops.
Actually, it wasn't the additional dope for the windage really wasn't too bad at that range. I just wanted to see if I could do it through the downpour, but you know, it definitely had some effect, but it wasn't ridiculous or anything.
You could adjust for it, basically.
Yeah, my range, if it rains, you're screwed because you got to pack up and get in your car.
My range has roofs over the shooting. You know,
Mine's a public range.
we have cement shooting tables with a kind of a swinging seat so you can change sides, and then there's a plywood canopy over top of them. So, but we only got 200 yards. Kind of sucks.
Have wood benches, no seat, or excuse me, wood benches, yeah, no seats, so nothing to sit on. So you got to bring your own chair.
Oh, really? That sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, the one I was going to in Shiocton has been closed all summer. They've been remodeling.
Well, my range actually has
yeah, until the end of this month. So
my city had moved far. It's actually going around the gun range, which was originally 5 kilometers from the city limits, and
so
now
3
the
feet
city's
from
growing.
the city limits. Got it.
Yeah, now the city is actually they're going to build neighborhoods behind the gun range. So even though we have really good bunks and stuff like that, they're saying they're not going to give us permits to have it there, so we have to move it. But the upside is the city has to buy the land, right? They're forcing us to move. And so we're going to be able to buy a really big range outside of city limits. So we're thinking, might get a 1,000-yard range. Should be really cool.
Move it, instead of being 5 kilometers, move it 10 kilometers outside the current city limits.
Well, we're just, in the province I'm in, we were a have-not province for so long because there's just like grain farmers, and then they found all this, potash and uranium and oil and all this crap, and now we're like a lot of people coming here to work.
There's a huge difference between uranium and potash.
Oh yeah, but we have both here, and diamonds.
What Bob forgot to mention, that potash is really potash.
No, potash.
Mostly supplied by Bob.
And the neat thing is,
this Colorado /
fertilizer.
Washington State where potash is actually potash?
Yeah.
The potash fertilizer we sell is pink. That's the natural color of it. And in China, pink is a really good color.
Potash laying around, everything's pink, I guess. I don't know.
Apparently they've got uranium pot.
They love to buy us. You guys have been buying it for the last 25
It becomes glow in the dark pink at that point.
All right,
they're just tripping. That's why it looks pink to everybody. And
it might be, yeah, man. I've been out to the mines lots of times.
I have to go do the job that pays me in the morning. So y'all have a good evening.
See you later.
Yeah. You, man. You take her easy, eh?
Even though I did take a nap this afternoon, I'm exhausted.
Yeah,
yes, I know. I took a nap. Deal with it.
I'm done. I didn't take a nap, but, I'm not as big a... Never mind.
Yeah, my kid's waking me up early again.
Talk to you guys all. Take her easy.
Later.
So, Moon, is that your CZ in that picture? Or is that like Did Moon Food leave us?